Hey, we're back. I'm back to my old hairstyle. I found my new favorite shirt. Well, it was my old favorite shirt, but I found it. My sister stole it, and it had been missing for months, and I finally found it. I like white shirts. Is it a crime to like white shirts? My wheels all dusty. I have been very unproductive today. I don't know why. Just not enough sun. Not enough sun. I'm like a plant. I need sun to survive. I need sun to function. Did not get my dose of sun. I did do some light exercise though to mitigate it. Did not get much sim racing done. I did a bit of Gran Turismo, and that's about it. Honestly, I was on controller. Didn't really enjoy much of it. It was a bit of a challenge. But hey, we're back in ACC, and we already started this sort of unofficially in our previous stream where we tested out the Porsche 911 GT3. So, like the title says, we're trying to find which car kind of speaks to me the most, which car I want to main in ACC. And I've ruled out a few options that we've got. We've already tried the Porsche. We've tried a little bit of the Lexus and the NSX, and there was another car we tried as well, the Mercedes. So today is going to be all about the Ford. We're going to tune in with the Ford, see what the Ford can and cannot do. And to kind of keep things standard, we will be using only the default aggressive setup, nothing more than that. We'll only be using one setup, which is the default aggressive. And we're just going to see what it can do as a baseline, right? And see what it's capable of and compare it with the other cars so far. So the next stream, of course, will be the Mercedes. And then that'll be tomorrow. We'll do the Mercedes tomorrow night. And then on Sunday, maybe we'll do one more car just to kind of solidify it because we still have a bit of time. I just want to solidify some options. I just want to try one more car that I think might be competent. I was thinking of the Nissan GTR GT3, but then I was like, okay, maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe not the Nissan. Maybe not the Nissan, but perhaps a mid-engine car. So either the McLaren or the Ferrari, and I'm leaning towards Ferrari because the McLaren is a bit basic, if I'm being honest. And seeing as we're all on technical circuits, the Ferrari does seem like a solid option, right? So one of each. We have a rear wheel engine car, an FR car, and an MR car. Just kind of round off the pack. So here we are. We're in my Ford. It's all I can afford. And yeah, also I've changed my brake. It is now a lot softer than it used to be before. And by softer, for context, I used to be pushing 94 kilograms on my brake every time I hit the brakes. I'm using just normal good old Thrustmaster TLCMs, but I swapped the springs for the Simagic P1000 mod springs, and I put like some stiff ones in there, and it was like super stiff too. Like I could only move the entire brake for like 2 centimeters, which is like that much, like 2 thumbs wide. That's all I could move, like the maximum compression I could do. And I would hit 94 kilograms of brake, it felt great in iRacing, LMU, driving these no ABS cars like Formula cars, LMP cars, prototypes, hypercars, GTEs. It was a lot of fun driving those. And I even did that a bit when I was still driving on Gran Turismo and Assetto Corsa as well. But the reason why I wanted to go softer so I can drive manual cars with my shifter and heel and toe, it's so much easier to heel and toe. Just right away, I can squeeze the brake. It's not as stiff. It's only stiff when you reach the maximum compression, close to like 80-90%. I can still swing my ankle around and do that heel toe, and I can give it a nice proper blip, not like a half-assed blip. So I can give it a nice proper blip to rev match and downshift. Feels good. So I want to learn to rally better. I want to learn to drive manual cars better, like track cars, a bit more proper. And also, yeah, I want to learn to drift. I want to learn to drift really, really bad. So prepping for that. I have tried it a little bit. I have tried LMU a bit with the LMP2. It feels good. Honestly, it feels like going back to the way it was about 2 years ago. I do tend to over push the brakes now because my muscle memory is kind of used to pushing 94. But I've not reduced it by a lot. It's only gone down about 10 kilos, the maximum force. So it's now down to 84 kilos on the brake pedal rather than 94. So it's a lot less at the maximum, but there's more travel. There's more travel and there's some squishiness in the beginning, which makes it easier to trail brake. And I am trail braking the first 25% ish by lifting my foot. I'm not just relaxing my muscle because it doesn't really push back against my foot. So I can't really trail brake by relaxing my muscle like you're supposed to, because I've taken such a long time to train myself to trail brake that way by relaxing my foot rather than lifting my foot off and hurting my shin over a long period of driving. But yeah, it's something to get used to. You'll see what I mean. Let's jump right in, shall we? Make yourselves comfortable. Grab yourselves a nice beverage and we'll just jump in. Yeah, let's have fun. I am not very caffeinated today. I'm not caffeinated at all, in fact, but we're just gonna sit and have fun. Let's see what we can do. And as you can see already, I've already got a pretty good lap with the Mustang. I was testing. I tested a few cars. I tested the Mustang, I tested the Porsche, I tested the Lambo. Funny enough, I tested the Lambo as well. Lambo felt pretty good, but it was a bit sketchy, a bit too sketchy for me. The Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. A bit too sketchy for me. Right? Wasn't fancying it all too much. What we're gonna do, we're gonna take the Mustang for a spin at the Nürburgring, see if we can go any faster. I do feel like we've reached a soft cap of my abilities. I do want to try to go, ideally, a couple of seconds faster. I think the car has the potential to go a couple seconds faster, even on the default aggressive setup. Yep, I'm just gonna slap on the default aggressive. I think it's the default aggressive as far as setup goes. I found an interesting, interesting rhythm with the tires, which mostly involves increasing the fronts by 6 to 7 clicks and increasing the rears by 5 to 6 clicks. And I am being very, very strict with all this. I'm not changing anything in the default setup except what is immediately changeable via the MFD. Brake bias, tire pressure, of course, that is crucial. Fuel, everything is stock, absolutely stock. Yeah, this is assists. I can mess with the assists. I am allowed to change that, but we are not touching anything else because I'm practicing on a baseline. Also, because me and my teammates we're all trying to practice on the baseline so we can compare and contrast the Motec data amongst ourselves. So we're just trying to see what we can do here. We're trying to see what we can accomplish given this ideal same conditions here. I'm noticing ambient temperature is a little warm. Track temperature is also pretty hot. I don't know why it's quite hot, but I think it's the time of day, I think. Casti, welcome in. I'm on the Ford. My racing tee is, it's in the laundry. I have several others, but today is not a serious day. Today's we're just learning. We're learning, having fun. It's one of my favorite shirts. It's comfy, it's chill, it's white. It's very cooling, keeps the sweat out, you know. It's nice. It's nice. So let's see how this car feels. Let's go. Mustang is not a TC3 car, is it? Too low, you say? All right, crank it up to 4 then. I do agree with you. 3 does feel a bit too low. I did a couple of online races at Monza and Spa, and I practiced at the Nürburgring as well. 3 was just far too snappy. Like I couldn't get on the power. It keeps doing that. Well, yeah, the car keeps doing that. Yeah, I'm really struggling with the brakes for that one corner in particular. Oh, it's higher. 6 is standard, but you use 5. Okay, let's crank it up then. Oh, so now Rapa, see you there. Welcome in. Okay, there we go. There we go. Second gear, much more stable. I've turned off the TC cut, however. I hope that's how you're supposed to do it. I know general rule of thumb is you just turn off the TC2, right? TC2 doesn't really make much of a difference in ACC. Yeah, I know I keep losing so much time there, and I've gone white there again. We're in the American Nightmare car. Yeah, the so-called meta car in ACC. It's fast, no doubt about that. No doubt that it is quick. It's like a more extreme Mercedes that's trying to bite your head off at every opportunity. So I don't know. It understeers so much, which is typical Mustang behavior. TC2 is functional on Ford though. Right, you see, how do I know that? As a new player who knows nothing about the game, how does one figure that out? Every car is so different. There's no way you'd know. Yeah, you learn from people. That seems like the only way. Like the game gatekeeps so much stuff from you, where if you don't know this stuff, you just suck at the game. Whereas even iRacing, I'd say, there's a lot you don't, even if you don't know about iRacing, right? You can still be pretty good, pretty competitive, because it's not about setup intricacy for the most part. Same goes to LMUs. LMU is particularly great because you just slap on the default. Even the default setup is great. Fixed setup is great. There's the built-in Coach Dave setup, which is also equally amazing, and you just do some minor tweaks there. It works. Whereas in ACC, you have nothing. It's one of those, I would say, it's the Minecraft of sim racing, where sure, you can play it on your own and you can have a blast, you can have a great time. But in a modern age, the real way people play the game is by learning, by watching other people's videos, pulling up a wiki on how to do this, how to do that, how to achieve certain things. Because it's so damn complicated. I know I'm braking wrong for that corner. I'm not entirely sure if it's the best to brake away from the corner and then have a tighter steering angle. Same goes for this happen as well. Do I late apex it or do I just hug it inside? Very inconsistent through there. We've gone wide there again. Pressure seem okay. car just understeers so much. I can't even get it to the 55s here. Yeah, I understand that it's like a hard course and everything, but at least other games teach you what to do. They don't just dump everything on you and say, all right, enjoy, figure it out, I guess. That was a big problem with the original AC as well. That game was also pretty setup heavy, but it taught you nothing. That was my one gripe with these simulators, which I love that it's a hardcore sim and all, but also teach the player. You can't expect all of us to be an expert, like a car mechanic or an expert in car dynamics to figure out how to set up the car properly. Most people are just gamers who don't even know how a car works. Initially, like many years ago when I was still on the T300, that was one of the biggest things that put me off on ACC. The fact that I knew I wasn't competitive, partially because of skill issue, partially because of just how different the game felt. I couldn't drive it the same way I did every other game. But also, I knew in the back of my head, if I want to be competitive, I need to have a setup. People who are the better setup than me, even driving the same manner, the same technique, and the same style as me, were going to be easily a second faster than me at least. I just couldn't really fathom that. Alright, that was a good lap. I think we got a couple more laps in. I wonder if I can do a 54. I just know I'm applying the throttle wrong there. It's taking me way too long to kind of roll on the gas like that. Taking me way too long. Like, the reason why I kind of excelled at all the other sims was because I could figure stuff out. It wasn't necessary. I think that's a key differentiator. It wasn't necessary to know everything to be fast and competent. Even in Gran Turismo, GT Sport, GT7, even back in the day, GT4, it wasn't necessary to know everything about car setup because it wasn't a necessity to enjoy the game or to be quick at the game. It was just there to make you drive better if you wanted to. ACC, however, it's almost a necessity. If you don't have a setup, you are going to be slower, and if you're trying to be competitive, well, it sucks, I guess. You're going to be slower than everyone. You just have to swallow that hard pill. even with all that, it is kind of egregious the way the car feels. I could do maybe 2 to 3 tenths quicker. Yeah, a car like this definitely needs that lower gear to get it rotated. So yeah, that's the thing about gearing. I can't drive it with the same gears like the Porsche. I need different gears. Let's see what that stint was like. 3 invalid laps. Couple of 55s, but then every time I mess up one corner, it snowballs really bad. So, I mean, the fact that I can do 55s on the default is great. That's really good. That's awesome. The question now is, I know I can push to a 54. 54 or possibly even a high 53 on this without changing anything. Without changing a thing, I know it's possible. That's the thing. Yeah, I did drive this earlier today, this Mustang. No, not pleasant. Not a pleasant experience, this. Not a pleasant experience at all. It is stressful. That's the right word. It's stressful. It's fast, right? Again, this is my fastest lap. I got my fastest lap on the Nürburgring by like a tenth compared to the Porsche on this car. But it's only one lap, and then it's easy to mess up. It's easy to mess up the twisty bits because, you know, when you brake a little bit wrong, a bit too deep, you understeer so much and you lose so much time. Right? My second fastest lap is like more than half a second off, so that's just bad. It's just weird, you know? So it's fast, but I'm stressful. My legs are tensing up, my arms are tensing up, my shoulders are tensing up because every time I get on the throttle, the car either understeers or too much it slides, so it doesn't stay in that slip angle range where I can't just kind of abuse it. Remember day one LMU? Yeah, I can't do that in here. It doesn't quite work, and it doesn't feel like the Porsche either. I could easily do that on the Porsche. I could easily get the slip angle in the Porsche, which is why I enjoy that. A good start. We'll tackle this a bit more. Let's see if the pressures are holding on. I think the rear pressures were a little cooked, but I think everything else was pretty much spot on. Everything else was perfectly balanced. So we'll keep everything the way it is. Right? I don't want to change anything. Let's give that one another whack. Minus the 5-second penalty. My goal is to try to get clean laps. First lap, the out lap is going to be slow. No problem. I just have to warm up the tires, warm up the brakes. And then lap 2 to lap 6, we go full push. 5 consistent laps. We see what we can do. Okay. Some TC combos you can try is 2, 3, and 4. 2 for TC1, 3 for TC2, and 4 for ABS. Right, understandable. Okay, so the brake bias on the Ford is really rearward, is that it? TC1 2, TC2 11. Oh, you mean electronic pairings? That is very curious. So you're saying, okay, so this is one thing I could do. 4 and 8, 3 and 10, 2 and 11. Interesting. Why would you want such a low TC but so much cut? And then conversely, why would you want so much general intervention but a lower cut? I mean, if anything, it tells me one thing. It is an aggressive car. It is a very aggressive car. Now, I'll kind of balance it out. Okay, let's try the balance. I think 3 and 10 seems reasonable. 2 and 11. Let's try 3 and 10. 3 and 10 seems decent. ABS on 3 feels okay, but it does feel like I'm understeering pretty badly. Yeah, no, right? The Simagic quick release is awesome. If I didn't have to worry about money, I would have gotten the GT Neo, honestly. The only reason I got this round wheel, this Simagic Pro Hub, instead of the GT Neo, because rally. It's the only reason. Rally, and because I told myself I want to learn to drift, and I need this for that. Because I do love rallying. And sometimes when I'm driving a manual car, like, I still, my main car to drive is still the MX-5 and the GR86, and I think a GT Neo would have been a terrible experience. This is just fine. You know, this has allowed me to win so many races and learn so many things about driving since going from a belt driven to a direct drive wheel. So kudos to this. I don't regret it the slightest. Now, when I restart session, is my setup all going to be gone? I hope not. I know, rally is so much fun. It's been a while since I've done some AC rally. I hope all this is fine. Okay, yeah, it saved it. It saved it. It has saved it. Okay, we're gonna stick with this. One thing I'm gonna do real quick is I am gonna go higher because I can't see a thing. I realize that in most sims, I need to go forward to kind of give me the illusion that the dash is closer to me. Right? Because like the A pillar is going to be right here. It's like almost like I can touch it. Almost like I can touch the dash and the wheel is like right in front of me, which it is. That perception, you know? I gotta get back into AC rally. Now with a softer brake, I would love to kind of learn proper rally physics. Do some dirt rally as well to kind of learn my heel towing and all that. All that jazz. Do you reckon I should change the ambient temperature? I think it's a bit too cold, don't you think? Or is it fine? Does it not matter? I think it doesn't matter. I think it's fine. Don't need to be too nilly-willy. Ooh, what brake kit are you running? Upgrade kit? Let me guess. Upgrade kit. What brakes have upgrade? Fanatec? Fanatec? You have the Fancy Tech? You guys won't believe what I was doing, right? I went into Facebook Marketplace and I was looking for like used Simagic Alpha bases. The older version, not this model here. This is the Alpha Evo. So I was looking for the older model because I'm so desperate. Like I honestly want to go back to Gran Turismo now, not just because I feel like at last year when I made the decision to quit Gran Turismo, it was at a time where I felt like, okay, Gran Turismo is not going to bring me any further. But to an extent, yes. To some point, yes, Gran Turismo isn't going to take me any further. I don't really care for manufacturers or Nations Cup. It's just a bit too out of reach. Too little, too late for me. You know, I'm too old. Nah, it's not something I think it's worth spending time to. But I think to kind of give myself another shot, you know, in the national sim racing scene at least, GT is still one of the biggest things in Malaysia and the world. So there's a lot of opportunities there to put myself out there. And despite what I think about it, it's still a great platform. It's still a great platform, right? But yeah, the whole wheel situation, right? I'm in love with my Simagic. I'm in love with it. And I honestly hate the idea that I might have to sell this and get an Alpha, but I was considering it. I was actually considering it. and I was thinking, okay, I was trying to think of the cost. How much can I really realistically sell this for? How much I can get back in return? How much a new alpha costs? And even that, do I get like an alpha evo? Do I get the alpha, or do I get the alpha U? So the old alpha actually has more torque than this. This one has a constant of 12, whereas the old alpha peaks out at 15. Not constant. It's not constant. It peaks at 15, so I think the constant is a lot lower than that. And the alpha U peaks at 23. Honestly, even getting the old gen alpha is like end game wheel. You don't need anything more than that. And I've been really digging on the internet, like Reddit, YouTube, the comment section, forums. I've been reading what people say about these two wheels and like watching a lot of comparison videos. People are saying the Evo is just better. The Evo is better because it's sharper, it's got better encoding, the speed of it is better, so the details you get are crisper, sharper, which I love. I genuinely can understand that, but I don't think I can make a concrete decision unless I've tried the alpha of myself. People say the alpha is slower in comparison. It's better for like NASCAR, IndyCar, for rallying, truck sim, but for high-speed, snappy applications like high downforce cars, GT3, it's not the best. I'd reckon, and it won't have that detail, because even in the SimMagic software, there's like 5 or 6 different sliders that are missing that the Evo has. So the Evo has a lot of potential. It just doesn't have an adapter. That's the problem. Right now, I'm still waiting. Right, maybe I'll give it a few more months. I'll wait till I get a job first. I'll give it a few more months, see if I can get a job, see if anyone releases an adapter. But if within the next 5 or 6 months, there is still no adapter, I will actually consider getting an alpha, because that's going to be TGR season. I need to get back on Gran Turismo, like it or not. So I need to get an alpha, I need to get an adapter, and I need to do something. Sell it to me and give my i5. Hard pass, my friend. Here's what you gotta know about me. Moza is fine. It's just not for me. It's not for me. I have nothing against it. I just don't fancy it. Fanatec, on the other hand, I just straight up don't like it. I don't like Fanatec the same way I don't like Apple. I don't believe in the way they make and price their products. I think it's just a sham. I think what they sell is incredibly not worth it. And for someone like me who is incredibly budget conscious and I want to make everything worth my penny, worth my time, Fanatec's just nah, not for me. I don't have money like that to throw away, dude. I'm racing fake cars. I just want something good enough. This is more than good enough. I'll take this. The only gripe, I find it so funny how the only complaint I have about my amazing wheel is that it doesn't support PlayStation. That's it. I have no other complaint about it. It has no flaw. It's got 2 clutch pedals, it's got LEDs, it's got 8 knobs and 8 buttons, and it's got a nice wheel, and there's so much detail. It's got a light which does things. It's cool. It's incredibly cool. Not a single flaw. It's so perfect. The only flaw I have that it doesn't run on everything. That's the only flaw. That's the only flaw. What's wrong with it? Nothing wrong with it. I just don't fancy it, I don't fancy it the same way I don't fancy Vietnamese food, like, or something. Well, to be precise, I don't fancy Vietnamese food like, the bugs and the grasshoppers and the cockroaches and the snake oil. Yeah, that. I'm fine with people who enjoy it, people who say it tastes good. Sure, you do you. But yeah, I'm not gonna bite a bug, man. Pho is wonderful. I have not tried pho. It looks cool. I'm slowly expanding my culinary taste. Right, there's gonna be a... Now, I think I was talking too much and I cooled off my tires, so we're just gonna restart that real quick. I'd rather not eat the creepy... Yeah, exactly. I would never eat the creepy crawlies. I hope everything is the same as it is. All right. Yep, it is. I really don't understand, man. Like, How does one figure this kind of stuff out? Like, oh, for this car, by the way, crank it all the way up. But for this car, you reduce it all the way down. There we go. This field of view looks a lot more appropriate, comfortable. Oh, that is far more rotation from the brakes. Far more rotation from it. A whole lot more planted than it was before. I am doing that thing where I'm trying to reach the limit of grip before I get on the throttle. I see the correlation though. Slightly less overall traction control intervention. Or should I say a lower threshold of intervention. But when it does intervene, it keeps it much more planted because it cuts a lot of the power out. So it controls the torque when you're being aggressive, which is, again, that's just ACC, you gotta be aggressive with it. That actually feels pretty neat. Like I'm getting that initial bite, that initial slip angle, that because the power cuts off so strongly, it doesn't bite back, it doesn't go beyond that threshold. I mean, it is still a big boat. That corner's a lot tighter than it looks. Pressure's looking good. That was not the way to do that. Not the way to do that at all. That power on the exit there. One more tenth that would have been acceptable, but hey, that's maybe not as quick, but it's still capable. It's early on the turn in. Yeah, that's the kind of rotation I want, but that skittishness as I cross the curb is not what I want. Aye, that wasn't great. Cooked that way too much. Yeah, I'm getting that mid-corner bite. But it isn't trying to bite my head off. Still feels like I'm, yeah, understeer, holy understeer. I agree, Casti. That's the only way, isn't it? You gotta have some really dedicated people no-lifing the ever-loving crap out of the game. And the only way you do that is you're either really, really determined or you're just unemployed. I may be one of those. Well, I am unemployed. But I am also not an idiot. Honestly, I would say the same. Given enough time, given enough data, enough trial and error, I too would figure everything out. I always have. That's how I've got here. I ain't rely on nobody. First few years of my life, I really struggled in asking for help. It wasn't until recently where I got comfortable asking for help. And I told myself, you know, it's okay. It's okay to not know everything. It's okay to be able to still learn from someone better than me. But I always had a sense of pride for figuring things out on my own. Only if it wasn't a complete waste of my time. Sometimes I spend literally so much time, hours and hours and hours, to find out one little thing that might turn out to be not that big of a deal. Like I could have spent my time elsewhere discovering something that actually helped me progress, become better. Yeah, I don't know about the V-shaped thing. I'm losing so much time doing that. Losing a solid couple tenths just by doing that there. Also, is it just me or am I a little bit slower this time by a couple tenths? Sharp. Again, the car's quick, no doubt about that. But ask me how I am. I'm stressed right now. Because the car isn't really listening to me. I feel like I'm forcing the car to do what it doesn't want to do. It's being incredibly resistant to everything. Feels stubborn. Feels hefty. Yeah, the bumps are crazy. Terrible understeer again. Akil, what's good? Nothing's good. Nothing's good. Yeah, it's still got that bite. If you give it too much, it will still... you know? Okay, that was, I think, one invalid lap, which... Oh, no, I was wrong. I was wrong, very wrong. How was that 3 invalid laps? Where did I go off? Okay, not great, not great. My final 2 laps were decent. Pretty consistent, within half a second of each other, I'd say. 2 tenths in sector 1, 3 tenths in sector 2. So we're possibly looking at a 55.5, which is close to 54. I can definitely squeeze a 54 if I just not understeer so much with it. It's got potential. It's got potential for sure. Hi, Steve. Welcome in. How's it going, my fellow ACC merchant? Let's try the Ricard, shall we? Where's the Ricard? Out of every car, Ford setups and fixed Ford are some of the most opposite you'll find. Opposite as in the one that makes the most, well, the least sense, right? Let's just fix it up. They give you mega front ARB. Yeah, definitely. I think the ARB is at like 5 or 6 by default. So it's just, oh, so much understeer on turn-in. We're finding, Ice-T, we're finding. But for now, I'll tell you what I'm really resonating with at the moment. I'm really resonating with the Porsche. It's always been Porsche. Porsche is like my car, you know? The Porsche just speaks to me on so many levels. Like, it just works. It just works. Everything about it works. It's just an good car. It's just a heckin' car, man. Heckin' car. The Ford ARB should be only 0 or 1. That low? Sheesh. So low. When I work in fixed Ford, the people who find out earn money from racing all day. Yeah, exactly. I was this close. This close to becoming one of them. But, well. Your boy fumbled it, you know, and I wasted a lot of money in the process. Money that I can't afford to lose, man. That's what bothers me about all this crap. I'm gonna go on a rant a little bit, right? I sim race at home because I can't afford to race real life. I do fake racing because I can't afford real racing. Fake racing is already expensive just to get things to where I am. This rig, this wheel, this monitor, this wiggly knob, everything. All of this is very expensive. And I worked my butt off to get everything that I have. And then when I want to join races and tournaments and crap, and to like be better at it, I gotta pay for coaching, I gotta pay like entry fees, I gotta get a bloody esport license. Why the heck would I need an esport license? What kind of infraction am I possibly gonna cause? It's too much, man. It's too much. Like the commercialization of everything just, it sucks the joy out of it. It sucks the joy out of it a lot. And I can't stand it. But also, on the other hand, people gotta make a living. Do what you gotta do, I suppose. But I'm just conflicted. I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted because I'm broke. That's the real reason. If I wasn't broke, I may not be complaining. In a way, I call it the broke bias, where if you complain about things because you're poor, if you're not poor, what's the problem? If you're not poor, nothing's a problem. You have money, just throw money at the problem. It's just problem solved. That's just how it is. How's ACC? ACC is good. ACC is decent. ACC is actually a lot of fun. I've been having tremendous amounts of fun in it, thanks to my wheel. Back in the day, back when I was still on the T300 or on a controller, ACC, I was deterred by ACC. I was put off by ACC. I could not with the ACC. I just couldn't. Like, I never understood what's the deal with it, Yeah, let's stick with the 3 and 10 strat. That was weird. Or what did you say? Oh, let's try the 2 and 11. The funky strat, yeah? 2 and 11. That's wild. As much as possible, I don't want you to get rid of replace my Alpha Evo. Exactly, man. I love this base. It's 12 Newton meters. I don't need, nor do I want anything more. It's perfect. It's all I need. It's all I need. It looks slick. It looks beautiful. It feels beautiful. I just, for the love of God, I wish there was something that I could do to make it PlayStation compatible, because I don't think Simagic themselves can make it compatible, because there's a chip, there's like a physical chip that needs to be in the base to make it PlayStation compatible. That's the reason why I think the Logitech, the Logitech DD Pro and like all these other manufacturers, the PlayStation compatible parts are often the base. Whereas Xbox, it's usually in the wheel. So you know how the Logitech, you can mix and match. You can get like the PlayStation compatible base, and you can get the Xbox compatible wheel, and then you can run it on everything. Works on PC, works on PS4, works on Xbox, right? So because this doesn't have the chip in it, there's nothing that I can do. So an adapter is the only choice. And with the news of the people who make the adapter, Sigma Cortex, they seem to just kind of jump the gun, and they're just, well, you know that black guy, that meme? Peace, and then he disappears. Yeah. They just disappeared. They just, right, I'm out. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, speaking of that, Ice-T, have you found out any info about that Ice-T? Ice-T? Have you found out any info about the license? I have no idea. I have no idea. So what I'm assuming is I got my MAM license for last year because I did a bunch of national tournaments that needed that. I did like S1K, I did like TGR, all of those were MAM sanctioned events. This is because it's international. I don't think I can use the MAM one. So you need another one, which I bet your butt it's gonna cost even more. Like MAM National was $50 to get it. This is gonna be like, I don't know. It's gonna be more than 50, less than 100. If it's more than 100, like frick them. If it's more than 100, I don't think I'll join Endurance, man. I don't think I don't. Screw you. I'm not gonna. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You might say, oh, but you. Hang on. I gotta. Oh, but you paid $4,000 for a wheel and a rig and boo-hoo. Like, yeah, but that was when I was employed. Now I'm not employed, right? Now I'm trying to be... To explain with you the level of brokenness I am at right now, I can't even afford games. I can't afford lunch. I can't afford iRacing. I can't afford nothing, dude. I can't afford gas for my car. I'm trying actively not to go out too much because I gotta last whatever savings I have left until I get a job, right? And you're asking me to pay more and more money just to drive fake cars. It's so infuriating. Why? Okay, so you email them about it, and actually you can use the MAM one as long as it's an esport license issued by... Okay, right. And now here's the stupid thing. Here's the, pardon my language, kids. Stupid ass, dumbass, ass thing, right? It's the, yeah. Those licenses, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, they expire by the term of the year. As in December 31st, they expire. I got my license middle of last year, which in theory, a 1 year license should last me till middle of this year, June or July, right? So I only used my license for like half a year. I paid 50 goddamn bucks for it. I didn't really get much out of it apart from doing a tournament, which honestly, why do you even need a license to drive fake cars? Are we gonna get hurt? Are we gonna get points on our license? What's the deal? I know. Are we gonna get penalized? Are we gonna get like incident reports on our license? Like this person is not fit to drive fake cars? I don't know. Here's an idea. Do that in real life. Do that in real life. No, the roads would be safer. Drivers would be more peaceful. No, why? Just. Like I know the reason why. It's a source of revenue for MAM. MAM is a like a private company. They need the Motorsports Association of Malaysia. They need like money going in, so the rich men in business suits can continue being rich men in business suits while keeping the quality of racing in the country absolutely god awful. There's nothing you can do about it really. It's just capitalism, you know. But okay, I'm going way off tangent here. I'm sorry, but point still stands. TLDR, I'm broke. I need to get a goddamn license. I ain't got no money, dog. Alright, there we go. A, B, and C. Okay, so yeah, Alex said that, and I asked him like, what? He said, oh yeah, these things you renew by the way. I'm like, the frick? You kidding me, mate? It's 50 bucks for the license and 50 for Axel Members Club. Okay, so here's the thing. I already renewed my Axel Members Club last week, couple weeks ago. When I went there to practice for the Asian Games qualifier. Yeah. No, I paid for that. I paid for that to renew my license for this year. I paid for 2 whole days. Right? Again, I don't have money. So I'm running loose here. I paid money to practice for 6 hours a day so I could drive a fake car on a fake track for 2 whole days. I gotta pay for that membership thing, and now I gotta pay another 50 bucks for the goddamn license. Yikes. Yikes. For context, okay, just for context, right? 50 bucks. For those of you who are not Malaysian, 50 bucks is like lunch money for a whole week. Especially now that I'm unemployed, that's a lot. Having enough money to last a whole week is huge. It's huge. All right, it's like one more week. I can go one more week without a job, right? I'm trying my goddamn best to get a job, but right now, until I know for sure I get a job offer and I say yes to that, until I know for sure, I have to be very, very frugal. Euros to, all right, if you're in euros, €1 is about $6 here. Multiply by 6. 5 or 6. I think it's 5. Yeah. Around 5. 5 to 6, somewhere in there. Can you tell them you have a membership? Yeah. And again, here's the thing. To get an MAM license, to get a national esport license, you must be affiliated with a national motorists or national sanctioned motorist affiliated club. So there are a few others. Like there's one for, I think, for motorcycles, there's one for like go-karts, there's KBS, and then there's Axel, right? So to get it through Axel, you need to be a member of Axel, and you need to pay for the license. You can't just pay for the license. You got to pay for the license and then you're forced to be affiliated with a club. You can't be like your own privateer. You got to be associated with a sanctioned club. It's also shoddy and just it's political and stupid, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I don't like it one bit. €10 gets you food for a week. Oh yes, oh yes, it does. Oh yeah, a lot of food too. €10 gets me like 5 McDonald's meals. That will easily last me 5 days. Or if you want to be a bit more budget friendly, there are lots of food here that are way cheaper than McDonald's, so you can easily last a week, right? If you're really on a budget, like really on a budget for like a whole week, I'm talking breakfast, lunch, and dinner all covered with $50. Yeah, maybe not all three, but like lunch and dinner or breakfast and lunch, $50, easy, covered. Calories for a week, sustenance sorted. That's the situation we're in right now. But yeah, thank you for clarifying that, ISD. I appreciate you. So, oh well, I guess I gotta pull one out again. Pull $50 out of my booty hole. Don't consider replacing my Alpha Evo as long as I can get my hands on Sigma Cortex. Yeah. Like I said, I am gonna hold on to this. I love this way too much. I am gonna hold on to it for as long as I can. I think we will revisit this again. We will have a discussion about this again. To see what we can do, what our options are as TGR is rolling around. That's the priority. When TGR is rolling around, maybe like a month before TGR rolls around, because ideally I want a whole month at the least to practice hard, right? The earlier the better. But if there's still no news about a Sigma Cortex adapter or any other adapter for the Alpha Evo, 1 month before TGR starts, I think we need to make a hard decision. We need to make a call. Do I sell everything, get a Fanatec or something PlayStation compatible? Or do I sell the base alone, get an Alpha, and then get a converter? Right? We have options, right? But I don't want to sell everything, man. I don't want to sell everything. Especially not the wheel. I love this wheel too much. I'm spoiled with all the knobs and the buttons and the clutch pedals and everything. I'm spoiled, man. I'm so spoiled. We're rushing on setting the license. Yeah, man, it's so stupid, man. I don't know why they were rushing to get this FIA. Like, just wait. You're doing an LMU round later this year. Do that one FIA nonsense. You know how long this stuff takes. I can send in my application today and I won't get the license in like a week or two. And then the funny part, they know this. And then they say, if you still don't have the license, oh, sorry, you can't race. How frustrating. Again, I get like half of us like don't have anything better to do in life. Like most of us are kids in school, in uni. Y'all literally study and then you have like half a day off. But the other half of us, we're like grown-ass adults. We have jobs, we have lives, we have responsibilities. We don't always get to check Discord and be on top of these things. Imagine the people who found out too late. Imagine them, right? So out of like 80 to 100 people who are doing this, I would say like 40% of them won't be joining because of that. That's just in Malaysia. I don't know what it's like in all the other countries. My God, it's so frustrating. Like, I get you want to be official, you want to be legit. Ooh, FIA, official esports event. Cool. But like, it doesn't benefit us. It doesn't benefit us, the drivers. I don't care. And I don't think anyone cares. What do we get? Do I get money? Do I get prize money? Do I get a big shiny trophy? Yeah, we do get a big shiny trophy. But like, okay, so what? I pay you money. What do I get in return? I get to say that I did a big tournament that was FIA. So what? My ass. I pay all that money and I'm still going to get taken out in turn 1. What's the point? What's the point? What's the point if I'm going to get taken out in turn 1 anyway? Can you imagine? Watkins Glen, turn 1. All this money I pay, so-called FIA certified my ass event, and then taken out of the chicane by some schmuck who doesn't know racecraft. By some schmuck who watched a little bit too much F1, thinks they're Vex Verstappen. tries to pull a Sunny Haze on me, throws weeks, if not months, of my hard work, blood, sweat, and tears down the drain. Because apparently, if you don't go for a gap that exists, you're not a racing driver, right? Oh, the Mustang does not like the curb. It does not like the curbulars. Nope. I'm sticking with the Porsche, thank you very much. Like, it's partially the front engine rear-wheel drive-ness of it. But even the Mercedes wasn't this horrible. The brake bias is as far back as it can go. 48.5 is the maximum. Which, again, nice entry, but the moment I touch the throttle, it just understeers like the American boat that it is. There again, turn in, excellent, turn in is beautiful. It turns in about as well as the Porsche at this point. Very, very sharp, very, very agile. But that throttle understeer is horrid. They're the same thing, the Philippines. Beside the trophy, what I know, the winner, top two, gets a chance to race the local tracks. You see, that's cool. If it directly translates to an opportunity in real life, that's awesome. That's the dream. That's the goal. That's why we race fake cars, so that one day we get to drive the real thing. At least that's what any one of us who's trying a little too hard in any of these fake driving. There is a small percent of us who just want to have fun, right? They've made peace with the fact that they will never drive the real thing, so they go all out, spend thousands and thousands of dollars to make their fake car as real as possible, and they're happy with that, and I understand. You know what, that's fine. If you're competent and you're happy, do what you want to do, you have fun. But that's the thing. If you stick with fake cars, you're kind of stuck there with nothing, you know? Real cars is where the glory is at. Yeah, even the coasting differential is just way too safe. When I lift off, it should just try to rotate the car even more by putting the weight to the front. It's either the Tamarao FX MX-5 or the local pickup truck race, all of which are awesome. All of them are amazing. Tamarao and MX-5, beautiful. My boy Nat has actually tested the TGR Tamarao. It's awesome. I wonder how he's doing. It's been a while since he dropped into the stream. Brushes are good, even though I winged it. Again, the car's fast. The car feels great. I'm driving stressfully. I'm stressed. I'm tensed up. I'm telling myself, don't be. But like the car's not really letting me. It's so on edge. I can't imagine doing this for like a 1 hour, 2 hour long stint. It is so active. It's actively trying to kill me. That's what it is. Yeah, no, it is not like that. Hey, thank you for the follow, Alexa. I was gonna make an Alexa joke, but never mind. I'm gonna keep that word to myself. Remember that old meme? Alexa, play Despacito. Good old days when that's all we had to worry about. Now we all worry about whether Alexa is gonna turn into like a self-conscious robot who's gonna kill us in our sleep. Oh, you guys are racing in Olton tomorrow, seems like? Is it the same league that you were a part of? I noticed you were practicing quite a lot for that. I don't participate, but you know, I'm aware of what you guys are up to. I know what my boys are up to. Ooh, do not curb. Hey, stop being a boat, you boat. You know what, this 2 and 11 PC actually feels pretty damn good. I can't think about why it works, but the fact that it works blows my mind still. Interesting. On and off. Ooh, now hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna lock in here. I take it back. I'm going to try. I'm going to attempt to lock in here for the rest of the lap. I messed up turn 1. Did not quite apex the apex all well. Pressures are good. A little bit high on the rear, but that's fine. That was okay, nope, I locked out. My bad. I locked out. Supposed to lock in, but I locked out. Also, my brakes are cold. What's up with that? Brakes are ice cold. One of the world will be like Detroit become human. Oof. If that's the world, I think we're cooked. We are positively cooked. Now here's my thought. Y'all want to know what I think about the whole AI debacle? Y'all want to know what I think? Y'all want to know what I feel about that? Let's try to do one more stint. I think that was going pretty well. until it wasn't. I think that was going pretty good. Pretty good. There we go. Crank it all the way down. Minimum. 5 arb. You're telling me this is the best? Just wait. We're gonna keep it on the default. We're gonna keep it all like that. TC2. I don't know why this works, but it does. I don't know why. It just does. I'm gonna lower this by a couple, lower this by a couple, lower this by 1, and I think we're good. All right, just gonna keep the pressures a little steady, even it out, spread it out a bit more. Then we should be fine. Also, by the way, I have been multi-streaming on YouTube as well. If you go over there, we're on there as well. Why am I doing it? I have no idea. I just thought it'd be fun, you know? Because there are a lot of YouTube Shorts vertical live streams, right? But like, I'll tell you, 90% of them are just god-awful AI slop, young children brain rot. Like, I swear to God, I cringe and I feel so sorry for the children, the parents of the children, anyone who, you know, knows the children personally or these people personally. I feel sorry for all of them. I feel sorry for the circumstances that they were born and raised in that made them think doing those kind of things is a good idea to make a living off of. You know, I feel sorry for them. Like, I've complained a lot about my life, but I feel bad for them, you know? Oh, God, it hurts my brain. I feel like I'm actively draining my brain cells when I stare at those god-awful stuff for, like, more than a second. So at least this isn't that. Right? There's a brown guy yapping. There's some car going vroom. Yeah. Y'all want to know something? The WRC stream that I did for fun, right? I wasn't even talking. I wasn't even showing my face. Y'all want to guess how many views that got on the YouTube? Y'all just want to throw in a number? Y'all want to throw a number how many views that got on the tube? Just throw a number. Just give a guess. No harm there. Just try, give it a shot, you know? Give it a go. I realize I haven't been watching the YouTube chat at all, but there's no one there anyway. Oh, I see why. I've got the title all wrong. That's why. So dumb. Nah, I don't care. I don't even care. Nah, I can't be bothered. I've got the title wrong. That's why. Let's drive. Start the car. I know. I can't see my rev light, so I'm gonna put it at 1.3. Maybe go back a bit. Yeah, but just a little bit, right? Can't explain why this setup works, but it does work. I need to be brave at the final corner, I know. Gotta be brave with it. Just gotta whoop, just gotta yip, gotta wang it, you know? Also, oh my God, I am so sorry. The volume must have been blasting in your ears and no one told me. I am so sorry about that. I just realized I did not adjust the audio from the last stream. Was that like way too loud for y'all? That must have been way too loud. There we go. That's a lot more controlled. You can see me kind of blipping the throttle a bit before I hit the curbs into the chicane. That just lifts the fronts a little bit so I don't completely take off. After curbing. It's an uphill corner. I can't just slam the throttle down. You do have to roll on the throttle there for longer corners. Let's go try first gear there. That might work. Yeah, there we go. That's first gear for the rotation. The roll on. There you go. Compress. Gotta use the track surface to your advantage. Pressures are more stable. Did not apex the apex enough. For my first hot lap, that was actually pretty damn good. 45.5. Yeah. I don't want the car to be doing that, basically. I don't want it to boing aggressively. Basically, don't want to try to get killed. Yeah, my bad. I'm still driving like it's the X-Bull 2019 from Gran Turismo. I have been driving that so hard for the past 3 weeks. It's snappy when you go from second to first and then back to second quickly, that quick up shift. Doesn't like that. Roll, 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 roll. Be confident. Keep your foot down. There you go. Kind of feel the weight of the car load up as you get into that compression in turn 1 apex. You gotta be incredibly precise because you lose it and, well, you lose it. There we go. Compress. There you go. No drama, no scrubbing. Keep it steady now. And keep it in second gear. Be a bit smoother on the exit. Instead of short shifting, I'm gonna roll it in first gear. Not gonna lie, that felt great. Bit of understeer. And that is going to be my best lap ever. 44.8. which I believe is a pretty damn good time considering we are on a default setup. Because if I remember, Casti said that his best lap was a 44 flat, and the esports aliens are doing somewhere in the 43s. I'm not sure what kind of 43s we're talking. Ooh, lost a tenth there. Bad. Bit rough there. Lost a tenth there again. Bit too late on the gas there. No, held the trail braking for just a fraction of a second too long. See, bumping that curb, that was a no-no. That slows us down a bit. Yeah, you bounce too much and the car does not like that at all. It also doesn't like it when you just plant it and wait for that compression to do its work, because it just rolls so wide initially. That's just a flaw of the car, I'll say. Yeah, it's just like karting. The moment I do that counter steer, scrub off the speed, lose a lot of time. Yeah, even a smooth exit in second gear wasn't enough. The first gear was still way better. Inducing too much understeer on the initial turn in, not properly spotting the car and the compression. Should be the final lap. Yeah, the moment you compress it there, just get on the gas, trust the compression, the car will go. I feel like I can definitely do a 43 with a bit more patience and experience and just nailing this. Yep, I knew I was going to understeer, so I didn't confidently get back on the gas there. Yeah, lost half a tenth. There we go. No momentum loss, smooth. Still sacrificed a teeny bit of exit speed. We will go down to first gear here. Messed it up as I curbed the inside. Nice and early. I like that last lap. 44.7. Could have been a 44.5. I feel like we definitely could have done a 44.5. That was a phenomenally good session. 3 laps in the 44s, 1 lap where I kind of binned it. I got my fastest sector 2 on lap 1. Oh, so my ideal sector. Okay, no, yeah, my ideal is just like a low 7, a 7.2. Because I'm only 200ths of a second off. But that is some heckin' consistency, though, I will say. I am pleasantly surprised by this. Yeah, in fact, all my laps are within like 6 tenths. 2 tenths, 1 tenths, 5 tenths, 6 tenths. And this was when I was still kind of figuring it out. So, yeah, the biggest time loss for me is just the chicane. If I curb it wrong, I mess it up. But if I get it right, it's so fast. And then the right-hander as well. Just being patient on the throttle there, getting the rotation. And then the downhill left-hander that follows after that. Because after the chicane, everything you do after that kind of snowballs. Now, it is a discrete corner. It is a discrete corner everywhere. But whatever speed you carry from the previous corner, the chicane affects the right-hander, which affects the left-hander. So that it depends. It depends a lot, those three. So that affects the sector 2. But even still, right? At worst, I'm only 3 tenths off in sector 2. And then sector 1 is mostly just turn 1. If you get turn 1 right, yeah, 2 tenths behind in turn 1 if you mess up. That's it. Turn 1 is only... Sector 1 is only turn 1. Sector 2 is beginning from the chicane all the way to the top. So, yeah, 3/10 deviation isn't bad. Sector 3, however, there we go. That's a big gain there. Because the final 3 corners, right, they are actually a lot more complicated than they look. Because you got the slowest corner on the track, the uphill blind left. Then you got a sweeping left-hander, the penultimate corner, which is a nice cambered corner. So you got to dip in the camber. Be confident. Use all the track on the exit. Swing it around to the left side quickly enough. You can get a powerful exit on the final corner. Like, you got to be brave and get close to the wall. But I am very happy with this. Casti, what do you think? What do you think? Default aggressive 44.7? What do you think? Eh? I reckon I could do a 44.5 or a 44.4, which I think is awesome. With a setup, I think I can definitely do a 44.3. Definitely. If there's a way to make the curbs a little bit safer, right? I think it mostly comes down to positioning, right? Because the curbs, they kind of rise, and then at the edge, they kind of fall off, right? And then there's the concrete there. If you kind of dip your wheel there, that's where you get the car just bounces over. And you lose your line. But if kind of just like half the curb, right? The 2 inside curbs next to the grass, you can kind of get tight on that. But then the exit curbs and the entry curb, you got to be careful not to curb it too much because it does throw your car's balance off. And you're turning to the other side. You don't want to shift too much weight there. But yeah, I'm very happy with this. This is a full second quicker than my previous best. I'm very, very happy. This car, surprisingly, is incredibly potent at Watkins Glen. Not safe. It is so not safe, but it is incredibly potent. That is nearly a full second quicker than the Porsche. And this is on default. Okay. Okay, Mustang, I was not aware of your game. Or maybe I just skill issue with the Porsche. Because, look, every time I get into this game, I'm learning something new. So now I learned a better way to take the chicane. I learned a better way to take the line. As much as this car isn't resonating with me that strongly, but I do have quite a fair bit of experience driving front-engine rear-wheel drive cars. So, that being said, I mean, it explains why I'm very comfortable driving the Mercedes, and I'm comfortable driving this. But yeah, it's fast, no doubt. But like I said, it's stressful. It's a stressful drive, and I don't want that. I don't want that stress. I know we only managed a 58.9 or a 59 flat with the, what was it, the Porsche or the AMG? But Porsche, I think, here. It wasn't default. It was default aggressive with a few tweaks, mainly the ones that Casti told us with the maxed out rear wing and such. There we go. Lamborghini Huracan is my fastest one here, 55.6. But I should be targeting 54s, possibly 53s. I think 54s on the default and then 53s with the setup. But whatever it is, I think we're getting really close to being on the limit with this, which is great. Let's give it a whirl at Red Bull Ring, see how the big boy feels there. Let's try 11 o'clock. Let's have a 25% cloud cover. And yeah, keep the ambient temperature at 21. I think that's fine. I think it's okay. I'm having a surprising amount of fun. Hello, YouTube folks. Are you all there? Hello. 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 Oh, hang on. Is Ice-T streaming? Hang on. Let's go drop the guy pop a lurk over there. Project Moto Racing has been getting quite the update, actually. I don't know if you all been noticing, but I follow them on social media, so whatever update they put out, I watched a video of someone testing it out, and apparently it's pretty good. Apparently they kind of fixed the GT3s. Like they feel quite a lot better. I don't know. On one hand, I like that they are working on it, making it better. But also on the other hand, man, I don't want to go back to that game because I really want to just be done with it, you know. I want to get a refund. I want to get a refund so bad. I'd rather use it for Forza Horizon 6 or literally anything else. Alrighty, we're back to lonely stream, so it's just gonna be us. There we go. Yeah, Ice-T is streaming. He's streaming Overwatch. Is there an LMU special event going on right now? Also, speaking of, I know Draven, you're there. I know you were there. I completely missed your chat. I read it. I read your chat, Draven. Draven, come back. I saw you, but I didn't acknowledge your chat. Come back, Draven. Come back. Come back. All right, you know what? Let's try that god awful 2 and 11 strat. Because oh wait, no, wrong. Aggressive. There we go. 6 on the front, 6 on the rear, 5 on the rear, 5 on the rear. All right, so we're gonna drop that by 1. Drop. Brake bias all the way down. It's stupid, but it works. Don't ask me how or don't ask me why. It just works. I'm tired. So much GT7. I did a couple of online races after such a long time on controller. I won Daily Race A, and then I went from last to P3 in Daily Race B because I didn't qualify very well and I was only kind of cooking in the race itself. Last to P3, The Jaden Liao was in my lobby. Jaden Liao from Singapore. We raced against him in ERGP. He won Sepang. He was in my lobby. Fought from last to third place. And Gran Turismo being Gran Turismo, someone did a intercontinental ballistic missile targeted attack towards me in the final corner, and I died. And I recovered to like what, P6, lost some rating, had a bad day, turned it off, called it a day. All right, I'm gonna do a couple of stints on the Turismo. No, sorry, what am I saying? What am I saying, man? This is decaffeinated me. I just say things without really thinking about them. It's like the words come out of my mouth faster than my brain can process them. So like there's no filter, right? Which is for some people dangerous because they swear a lot. But because I don't swear, I just say nonsense. I just say garbled words. I was once faster than him in GT7, but must be luck in my side. You saw him too, yeah. He's quick. I think he got popular in Singapore because of Singapore's TGR. So I assume he's also competent in GT7, which to some degree he is. But like, if I can keep up with him on a controller, is all I'll say. Alright, big boy. Show what you got. What region do I use? Asia. I only have one account. I'm not like those dudes who have like 4 accounts. Can't be bothered. So ACC's track limit is the curb, not the... Okay, got it. Too much iRacing. Snappy. I like it. Honestly, here's what I'm gonna do from here on out. Every time I'm testing a new car, right, I'm just gonna chuck the brake bias as far back as it'll go and then work my way up from there. Like if it's too snappy or rotatey on the brakes, move it forward. Then move it forward to a point where I feel comfortable or where I'm getting enough rotation without bringing too much understeer to the point where it's being annoying. Like if my entry rotation is taken care of, then I don't mind. The exit is all about the throttle, trusting the mechanical grip on the rear, trusting the traction control, and trusting the downforce. Using my GR86 line there. Keep seeing me looking over my wheel because I want to see my RPM light. Eric, welcome in. The Mustang is, you know, it's weird. It's okay. It's fast. It is heckin' fast. It is heckin' potent. It is quite the beast. I got almost my fastest lap ever at the Nürburgring by about a tenth or two. I'm fastest by a full second around Watkins Glen compared to the Porsche. That's very interesting. And now we're on our third track. We're at the ring. The ring of the Red Bulls. How's it going on your end, Eric? Hope the night shift has been treating you kindly. I don't think he plays my GT7 and yeah, I kind of suspect as much as well, Nado. Because the race I did earlier as well, he didn't qualify. He didn't qualify for it. So he actually started right behind me. I was second or third to dead last, and he was like second to last. Ooh, messed up turn one pretty bad there. Oh yeah, lost 3/10 in turn one, 2 in turn one, 1 in turn two. Fast on the entry, but not on the exit. Be patient, be patient. There we go. Slow on the gas. Don't hesitate. Oh, I feel like this could have been half a second if I locked in. So much potential, I'll tell you that. I messed up. Gonna push the brakes way too much. Oh, it's got a lot of grip. Temperatures, pressures, all good. Why is this TC2, TC11 working? Like, it's actually good. I don't understand the logic behind it. I mean, I understand it in theory, but like in practice, it just works. Bit of snap, a bit of bite, which is controllable, which is exactly what I want, you know? It's at that sweet spot. So I read that, Eric, you said you improved your time with the Porsche at Spa. The time trial, you mean? That's awesome. I haven't done it myself because couldn't be bothered. I'm on controller, but maybe I'll give it a go. Ooh, lost a tenth there. I can't believe what I'm seeing. I just did a 28. That's the fastest I've ever gone. That's faster than the GTR, faster than the Porsche, by almost half a second, I think. Next week, Watkins Glen long course. 2:17, Eric. That is awesome. considering the world record was a 16, a low 16. That's awesome. You're like 1 second behind it then. I reckon on a good wheel I could too, but because I don't have a wheel, best I could try for is possibly like a 18 perhaps. $18 or $17 maybe. Nah, there's no way. There's no way I did the exact same lap time twice in a row. No way. The fact that I've done at 128, again, half a second quicker than my previous best with the GTR. That scrub isn't gonna help. The rotation was good, but I think I overslowed a bit, so I was tempted to get on the throttle a bit earlier. All the car, all the track. Understeer, slow, slow, slow. Nope. Messed it up. Nah, too late. Too late, too late. Pushed it a bit too hard there. I am surprised at how hard this thing can push. I mean, that's just insane, man. 29.6, 29.4, 28.8, 28.8. I could have done a 28.7 or 28.5 at best, I think, with this. I can definitely squeeze it in. If I can nail the exits out of turn 1, turn 2, and the final sector properly, 28.5, I think, is what I can aim for. But 27 with the setup, possibly. But the fact that I'm averaging 29s when I mess up a corner and then doing 28s on a clean lap is insane. That's already... Okay, hang on. 28.8 flat, right? 28.8 flat. How much faster is that than my previous best with the GTR? 28.8. Ooh! 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 1.3 second faster. Nah. 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 What's up with this car? We're on the default setup. What's the deal here? Is it the car? Is it the track? Is it me? Ooh, why? Why is the car? Why is the car so fast? All right, so hang on. We've proven that the car is capable everywhere. It is identical so far. So far, it's identical to my lap here. I think we'll be doing 55.7, 55.8 on average, which is fine. A full second quicker at Watkins Glen and 1.3 seconds quicker at Red Bull Ring. So this is my so-called weakest circuit out of the lot. I've only done a 59 flat on all the cars I've tried so far. This was with a setup, and this is my weakest track of the lot, all right? Compared to Red Bull Ring, Watkins, and what's the first track again? Nürburgring. This is the track that I know the least, right? I'm not very familiar with it. I've not driven on Silverstone much in my life. Here's a fun thing I learned, you guys. If you're trying to figure out setups on a 21-degree ambient temperature average, just use this method. Like I said, 6 to 7 psi on the front, just increase it from the default. 5 to 6 psi on the rear. Yeah, 6 clicks on the front, 5 clicks on the rear, and then it's fine. And then do a stint, and then at most it'll be perfect. It'll be within the optimal range, 27 low, 27 flat, and then just maybe a bit of fine tuning, like reduce 1 click here, 1 click there. But it's a very, very good baseline. I love it. It just works. It's so dumb the way I'm doing this, but it works. If it works, it works, I guess. If it work, it work. If it work, it work. Oh boy, Silverstone. I've done a 58.9 with the McLaren. I will be very surprised if I am actually faster, right? On one hand, it's good that it's fast. On the other hand, I want to go back to the Porsche and see if I can do better. Yeah, not do the same, do better. I need to do better than that. I think you're much faster than the Porsche. Maybe I just wasn't pushing enough. Like this, I was actually like pushing. I was trying to keep it clean as well. Again, like I said, I was comfortable with the Porsche. I was driving, I felt like I was driving on the limit and I was pushing within the bounds of it. And truth be told, it wasn't all the laps we did the Porsche was not perfectly default either, because Casti encouraged us to change we changed the caster, we changed the aero, we changed the rake, we changed a bit of damper and a bit of suspension. We made a few small changes which definitely impact the car's overall handling and behavior. I would say the standard default is still very, very potent, but it's just about mitigating the understeer and just chuck the brake bias to the back. Just like I said, the setup, don't touch it, but the only thing that I can change is the MFD itself. If I can change it in the MFD, ABS, the traction, the fuel map, all that stuff, if I can change it, the brake bias, if I can change it on the fly, then I can adjust it, right? On one hand, I do believe it's the nature of the car itself. The Mustang is potent. It is the meta. I understand. I see it now. Right? Going to a second faster per lap on a default setup compared to my best laps on other cars is insane. On the other hand, maybe just I wasn't pushing hard enough, right? Maybe. This is our third, fourth ACC stream, so I'm learning. I'm learning the tracks. Let's just see. Let's just see how it goes. Right? I'm gonna take a quick wee break. Damn. I haven't been drinking coffee today, but I have been drinking so much water. It's how we exit corners like Lekum and Puhon. Gran Turismo, you know how Lekum has that braking zone and then right and then left? For that left, do you cut the inside curb? I think in Gran Turismo you don't, right? In LMU iRacing, you actually cut that curb. You like park the entire car over it. I don't think in Gran Turismo, there's the AstroTurf, the green stuff, right? You touch that thing, you just slide. So you just keep it on the track. Yeah. How about the BMW M4 GT3? Nah. Boring car. Nah, boring. Basic. Bland. Raw. I don't care how good the BMW is. Nah. You ain't never gonna catch me driving a BMW. Nah. I don't fancy the BMW the same way I don't fancy. What was that metaphor I used early in the stream? I don't fancy the BMW the same way I don't fancy eating bugs, I guess. Some people like it. But that's their opinion. That's their choice. Yeah, I'll give it a go. I think at the very least, even on controller, I can at least do gold time. I'm not going to be like fighting for anything. That's my goal. I just want to get gold. If I can get gold, that's okay. That's good enough. Right, I'm gonna take a quick wee break. Avoid the insult bollard at all costs. Oh yeah. Where do you got the bollards again? You got the bollard on the exit of Lake Coombe, right? You got the bollard on the exit of Lake Coombe. You got a bollard on. Is there in the bus stop chicane? Not the bus stop chicane. Before. It's not Lesmo, but there is like the final corner before Blanchimont, that double right. I think there's a couple there. And then the left right before that. After Puhon, the corner after Puhon, I think there's bollards there. Skim the inside curb as little as possible, right? Because it is slippery as well. I know in GT7 it's a bit slippery than like in iRacing or LMU. But yeah, again, Gran Turismo, the track is amazing, but it's a very old scan. And it goes for every track. I think Laguna Seca, Bathurst, Nürburgring, Spa, especially. Most of the real world circuits are just outdated in Gran Turismo. I think it's the exact same as in GT Sport. So we're talking like 2015, 2016 track scans. So the track scans are like a decade old at this point. They're old. The only modern track I would say is like Gil Villeneuve and Yas Marina because it's new. It came out this year. And even then, we don't know when it was scanned. I'm going to say 2 years ago. It was scanned 2 years ago. And it's only in the game now. Compared to like iRacing, they update their tracks every once in a while. LMU is I think the most realistic, the most authentic. ACC as well, partially, but ACC is old as well. It's almost a decade old at this point. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I will be right back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Did you miss me? Had a quick snack. Had some Oreos. Pretty good. I'm in the mood for some chicken. I went to the Donald's yesterday. I know. I said I wasn't gonna go to the Donald's anymore. But again, only for dessert. I only go to Donald's for dessert, right? I got an ice cream. I got 2 ice creams. They were both for me. I did not share. I did get one for my sister as well. Right? Good, right? But yeah, no, I do not eat normal Donald's anymore. Only dessert. Because the ice cream is good, man. McDonald's ice cream is great. It's one of the best things. One of the small guilty pleasures in life. Fast food, more like fast dessert. I'll allow dessert. It's sugar. Sugar is fine. It's my reward for a long day of being unemployed. Sheesh. And yeah, like it's the only thing at 12 a.m. that's still open. What else is open at 12 a.m.? What else can I get? I don't know what mamaks are open here. If you don't know what a mama is like a normal. It's like a normal restaurant that has a little bit of everything, and usually mamaks are open 24/7. But I have not seen one anywhere near me. I'm not aware of a good one that's near me. Their chicken is overkilled by the black pepper. Really? Yeah, I don't like their chicken. I don't eat fast food chicken. The only fast food chicken I eat is the McDonald's chicken tenders, and even then, the last one I ate. Remember, like a couple of weeks ago, I complained that eating that makes me feel so numb and just so flabby and lifeless. Yeah, that was the last time I've ate those. The only chicken tenders I'll ever get is hot bird now. What more to say about KFC? Soulless, exactly. Don't even get me started on KFC. I've boycotted KFC ages ago. Pizza Hut as well. Can't care. Maybe cook. I have my tuna. All right, in my defense, yep. Tomorrow. I will make my tuna salad tomorrow. That will last me a couple of weeks. Why are my tires cold? All right, let's go. Now, here's a wild guess, but... Oh? Oh, I went off track and that resets. Okay, that's cool. Here's a wild theory. What if I'm only fast... Right? What if I'm only fast because of my brake? Has my brakes actually made my driving better? By driving, I mean, of course, my braking, but, you know, as a whole, has it also affected my braking? But 1 second of lap time seems excessive, you know, like 1 whole second. Again, I didn't say a video, I didn't watch any videos about Silverstone lap guide yet, so I still don't have enough knowledge on how to tackle this circuit yet. So I'm still just using what I know for now, coming from LMU and the old AC. Still gonna be a bit all over the place, and I haven't driven this car on this circuit before. Gonna get used to what this car can and can't do, especially in the high-speed sectors. God damn, it heckin' rotates through there. Just crank the brake bias. Just because you got the TC doesn't mean you won't bite. Maybe you're faster than a default. Maybe. That is honestly wild to think, though, that I'm at best about a second behind esport times, at worst about 2 seconds behind esport times on a default setup. Oh, wrong gear. On a default setup. If I had a good setup, it's 1 full second extra guaranteed, right? Just from the setup. Ooh, pressures are looking good. Rears are a little cooked. Still getting way too much understeer on the entry. Likely the ARB and the toe. It's very stable. It's not rolling around. It's good. That also means that you need to keep the car very, very centered when you're making any direction change. The car does not like sudden changes in momentum, because it reacts aggressively to those small changes. First lap was a 2:01, not great. Too flat, we're getting there. I felt way too slow for cops. Much cleaner. I feel like I'm losing 2 to 3 tenths, maybe more, in turn 1 alone. Just going through cops, I'm losing a lot of time there. Very bad understeer. Loads of understeer there. It can brake quite a bit later than what I'm used to. A lot of hopping and skipping. That's just a stiff suspension doing what a stiff suspension does. It's the apex. On one hand, I feel like I'm turning in too early. All I know is I'm losing a lot of time doing that. And I really need to learn Silverstone. Not as easy as it looks. Patient, patient. Rotate first and then gas. Me too, Eric. Honestly, me too. Do you have a PC, Eric? I recall you saying you don't have a PC, which is why you don't do the race room Assetto Corsa stuff, right? Because you could hop on Race Room, Assetto Corsa, and LMU. Honestly, just LMU, just LMU. LMU alone is decent. Not yet. Oh dear. Eee! I just wanted to see what would happen. Oh, so my steering is broken. Broken. I can't turn left. My car's toast. You've got wheel damage. You need to enter the pits and get it repaired. No crap, John. I understand. All right. Didn't like Silverstone, if I'm being honest. Just wasn't. I think it's not a matter of. I think the car can. The car can do 59. I think. So it's the same. So I think Silverstone is just a big skill issue at this point. I'll give Nürburgring another go. I want to see if I can go faster than the Porsche or any of the other things. Also, Draven, how you been, buddy? Also, yes, I was just gonna say I did read your message about the LMU special event. Are you interested in doing it, good sir? When is it again? 22nd? That's the Sunday, right? Something. When is the 12 hours of Le Mans? I'm so confused because the Le Mans thing, it was supposed to be 24 hours of Le Mans, but they've changed it to 12 hours of Le Mans because they are finally starting to catch on that their servers are running on turds and cockroaches. So yeah, they gotta fix that. Okay, we're not changing anything else. Turn that. Oh wait, no. Turn this all the way up, and that's about it. Oh no, this one. Turn it all the way down, and then that's it. Default setup. I mean, I'm used to the way the game looks with FSR now because it's the only way I can get 165 FPS without worry, with no issue, or else I'm going to be stuck at like 120. I'm sorry, what? Oh, good God, that is dreadful news. I am so sorry about that. I'm morbidly curious, but I understand you don't gotta share anything on in chat. That's way too personal. But oh dear God, you look after the family, you look after the Mrs. Man. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yikes. You take care, man. You take care. That must be been a rough week for you. Yeah. Gotta make sure the wife's okay, the kids are okay. That's okay, man. That's okay. I hope you all recover soon. I mean, let's be real, you're not going to, but it's the least you can do, you know. Sluggish on the rotation. I can actually depend on the traction now. It's insane. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. That is grim. There's no way. Did you lot see that lap time just now? Almost did. Almost did. It's possible. Is it the car? Is the car just that good? Stop being sloppy now. Yep. That's what this is for. I'm testing out all the possible cars for ERGP. Find out which one suits me the best. Yeah, bumping the curb through the Schumacher S is a bit risky because if you touch a bit of sand, it just kills off all your momentum. Oh, messed up the final sector. Messed up sector 1. Hey. Schlop, schlop. There is no way, again, it can't just be the brake bias. Or, okay, brake bias for the rotation, yes, definite yes. Traction control. The traction control worked so well in my favor that it's nearly a full second quicker than everything else as well. Consistent 55s, man. Consistent low 55s, and I could have done a 54. Yeah, look, my best sector is 2/10 down, so I could be doing 54. I could do up to 54.5 to 54.8 on a default aggressive setup. That is wild. That's wild. It can't be just the car. Again, yeah, you're right. The FR cars do suit my style. That's what I'm most familiar with. But I also like the Porsche. I also love the Porsche. So my question now is, can I do better than the Porsche? Because this is insane. Woohoo! Hold on, let me just take a screenshot of this to the boys. crazy, man. It is crazy. Nah, Rob, I just got a notification on my phone. I saw that. I saw that. I saw that. Rob. I saw that. God damn. I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate it. Where are we at right now? What are we at right now? 45%. No, I was sending a screenshot of that to the Pepega boys because this is what we're using. Because we're testing. We want to see our best pace on an average of 5 laps. I know this lap didn't count, but it's close, right? 55 flat. Low 55 to 55 flat, possibly even 54. We were almost gonna do 54, but I messed up. I was pushing a bit too hard. But my god, this car is potent. It's so potent. I just can't believe what I'm seeing, man. Again, we went nearly a second faster. A full second faster. How? Is it the power of my doppelganger, Arjun Maini? Is it the Mustang? Is it me? Am I learning? I don't know. I don't know. It's scary. The challenge now is I gotta do the same thing, but with like other cars as well. I gotta do the same thing with the Porsche. I gotta do the same thing with the Mercedes. I think the more I drive the Mustang with this setup, right? I wasn't driving it as stressed because the car was rotating more readily. The traction control wasn't too invasive and not too intrusive. Like I could depend on it. I could lean on it. Damn, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Mustang might be a viable choice here, guys. It might just work. It's just good. It's just good. Ah, you don't have to now. I mean, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it so much. I will. Here's what I'll do, Narab. Genuinely, right? To show you my appreciation. When we get triple screen, if and when we get triple screen, when we do, however long that's gonna take. Yeah, I got something special planned just for you. I've been also planning to do something similar with my PC as well. Yeah, so I'm probably going to do it all at once, right? When we get triple screen, I'm going to give gratitude where gratitude is due, right? I got something special. It's been something that's in my mind for a long time. Why you? Because you're like single-handedly the biggest reason why it's at 45% in the first place. I owe it to you, man. It's nothing major. It's just a simple thing just to show my appreciation. It's the least I can do, honestly. I'm bored. Can we try something else for fun? Can we have some fun? Okay, no, hang on. Nürburgring? No, the other Nürburgring. Yes, that Nürburgring. If I'm somehow faster on the Nürburgring, that's gonna blow my mind. My only wish is that I go to Malaysia. Let's meet. Of course, definitely. Do let me know if you're down. I'll take you karting. I'll take you to get some good food. You know, we can, man. We definitely can. Okay, so temperatures are a bit lower. So I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 and 6. TC2 up. That is the same. This one down. There we go. My mind will be blown if I can actually beat my previous best. What was it again? 824 with the Mercedes. Let's see if I can do a sub 20. That'll be good enough, honestly. I am genuinely blown away. So even not, you didn't touch the setup at all, right? I didn't touch the setup at all. All I touched were the electronics here that are already available on the MFD. That's all that was changed. That's all that's changed. That alone has given me close to a full second in lap time. That's staggering. Staggeringly quick. I'm surprised as much as you are. How am I so quick on the default? I've never gone this fast. Okay, hang on. This isn't practice. You don't have that. Weird. Also, tire pressures are at an all-time low. I gotta crank them all up. Crank them all up by 10 points at the least. 10 points at the least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know what? 11. Why not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I hope that's right. I didn't count. Let's see. Okay. Okay, once the pressures are okay, let's see. My DD wheel plus Nürburgring. Exactly, man. I'm so blown away. But again, mostly thanks to iRacing. I owe it all to iRacing. I learned so much in the 1 year that I had been doing iRacing. I wouldn't be here, honestly. I wouldn't be as good as I am. Wouldn't have learned as much as I have. From all the things we've done, from all the failures. You're carrying a much higher top speed. You've got to be a bit careful. The track layout of the 24-hour version is also a bit different. The tarmac is darker, it's the paved version. There are more track reference, like there's that Dakra board over there. The inside of this corner is paved instead of grass. Before the back straight, there's a board, there's a turn-in marker. All the tire markings are gone, where they normally be. So just fresh tarmac. Yeah, look, there's a H&R board there. The chicane has a sausage on the first one and a bollard on the second one. So it's a different type of chicane as well. Oh, not a bollard, it's got a cone on the second one. Nah, that wasn't clean. I want to try again. That wasn't clean. Most default setups are understeering you just to the fullest when using default setups. Yeah. Grinding the M2 and MX5. Yeah. Not much of the M2, but the MX5, definitely. Love the MX5. In other sims, you can abuse the bollards. Not here, too. Not here. You cannot ball the bollard here. So I got a break. 125. Because we are also aiming for a tighter exit. There we go. That was a good turn one. Surface feels smoother for sure. There you go. Hang on. I want to do a good lap. I want to push, but I also don't want to stress out. I'm stressing out too damn much. Don't stress out. Don't stress out. Calm, calm, calm. Light on the hands. Light, light, light. Don't sand it. You sand it, you lose 3/10 right there. Yeah, what is that? Terrible turning. Missed first turn. One thing I noticed as well, to utilize the torque and the rotation, you gotta kick it down a gear. Like mostly I'd use second or third gear in the Porsche. In this car it's first or second gear for those corners. Usually it's the opposite. Usually you'd use a lower gear in a low torque car than the Porsche, but because this has so much torque going to the rear wheels, it's heavy on the front, light on the rear, whereas the Porsche is the opposite. I tried to go flat out, but I panicked. Now this is usually a third gear corner, but in this it's second gear. A bit of differential tuning will go a long way in making this car rotate so much better. Gotta lean into the strengths of a front engine rear-wheel drive. It should effortlessly point into the corner when you're braking and coasting, because that weight on the front tires helps it turn. You gotta lean on the assist to make it turn on the throttle, because naturally it's gonna want to not turn when you get on the gas. There we go. Usually that's a third gear corner in every other car, but this is second gear. Maybe just the ratios are longer, so I need to adjust the brakes, the gears to suit the momentum and speed I'm carrying through the corners. Maybe it's that. Like, it was obvious at Watkins when I was using the wrong gear. Like, that is the fifth gear corner, but in this it's fourth. I don't trust this enough to go flat out there. A bit of setup, I know I can. Yeah, see, second gear, it's bogging down. I think that's the first gear corner as well. I think down to first as well here. Now, I don't know what the lap time is going to be, but assuming we can keep it clean to the finish, I'll tell you one thing. It's going to be faster than the Merc for sure. There we go. That's a third gear corner everywhere else, but in this it's second gear. It's got the right amount of naughtiness and savagery. Yeah, that corner usually kills the cars, but I almost died there, but I did give it a bit of a panic brake. I'm too scared to go flat out. I'm so close to the end of the lap. All right. The first one, give it a bit of a lift. Okay. Oh dear! Please tell me that's fine. That was a track limit, damn it. Eight minutes. Ooh. Not that much faster. If it weren't for that little slip up there, I think it could have definitely been an 820, 819. But yeah, it's faster. It's faster than the Mercedes. And I was trying to push this time, but the car felt good. When you don't curb it, sure. When you're not on the edge of death. 833. Nah, it was an 824. So now 821. So that puts me... Yeah, we're getting closer. We're getting closer and closer. So that puts us... And 819 would have been nice, which means 10 seconds behind the real record. So makes sense. That's about right. Is there any other funny track we can try? What about Snetterton? Snetterton. Oulton? I've always been curious with Valencia. Never been great at it. But I think it's neat. Let's give it a try, shall we? Just put it on regular practice mode. Same thing, aggressive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, wrong. If the Mustang is the meta in ACC, what's the second one? No clue. I'm the wrong person to ask. I don't know. Casti probably knows. According to Casti, he said that the Nissan GTR is the anti-meta. So I would say that's the second meta. But I assume that car is a lot harder to drive as well. It's been a long time since I learned this track. I need to relearn it again. I don't know the flow of it. No Corvette C8 GT3, nope. You don't have that, sadly. That's the only car. That is the only car that doesn't exist in the game, the Chevy Corvette. Every other manufacturer in some way is represented in this game. That's kind of fine, but there's no Corvette. Oh, way too late on the brakes there. Got off. $33.8, huh? What's my previous best lap? That was only 2 laps. There was only 2. Okay, a second, 3 seconds off. Very slow. Very slow. Why this track feels like a reverse quota? Nah, it's got way too much medium speed corners. I reckon you need a high downforce setup. Wait, no, actually no. I think you could use a lower downforce setup and utilize the speed on. There's a lot of straight. There's a long straight here. This final corner is straight. This is straight. This is kind of straight. This is straight. So it's all medium to slow corners. The only high speed corner I would say is this kink here and this kink here. And also this kink here where you don't need to brake, but you do have to brake shortly after. But yeah, I think this is a low downforce circuit. They're getting backlash. Yeah, they are. I think Kunos would release a botched up career mode. I was watching a YouTube video, and did y'all see? I don't know if y'all saw this, but here's what. Apparently, now someone can fact check me as well. This is what I saw from what I read. Apparently, they removed the career mode because no one. They gather data. Games gather data. They gathered the data, and from the data they got, no one was playing the already existing career mode, the academy and all that. No one was playing with that much because people were playing multiplayer. People were playing open mode. People just want to drive the cars and have fun and enjoy time trial, AI race. People just want to do that. No one was playing career mode. So according to the data, they said, oh, no one's playing it, so we're just going to remove it because people are doing other things. Do they not realize that there was nothing in the career mode to begin with? There was nothing to bloody do. Apart from the academy, which you do once and then you can't farm them for money. The Ferrari F1 car costs $2 million. How do you get $2 million when there's no way of making money? Why would we waste time in a career mode that barely exists? Not even a skeleton of a career mode exists. Of course you wouldn't play it. Exactly. They've interpreted the wrong data. And they've interpreted it wrong. It's sad and disappointing to think a company has done that. Again, I don't know how true this statement is, but that's what I've seen from a video and what I've read as well from somewhere, from an interview. I watched the traction video that Eric sent on the Discord. Go check that out. There's a lot of funny stuff going on there as to why it is what it is. But it's so weird, man. They've made how many games? They've made 2 games at this point. You think they'd know better? It's not even a career mode, exactly. It's just a license test. It's just a glorified license test, exactly. It absolutely is. It's just a glorified license test. That's all that it is. Okay, now hold up. I need to bury the hatchet. I need to cure my suspicion. I need to check. I need to check. I gotta check. They proved they can't make a career mode. Hello, Sunil. How are you doing, buddy? Hope you have a good morning. Is an interview by Kunos Protection? Yeah, yep, that's what it is. Thank you, Eric. It's an interview from the traction team with Kunos's, is it CEO? Yeah. Guys, Race Room is doing their 2 hours of Bathurst special event after the Daytona debacle. I'm interested, right? Race Room is phenomenal. I love Race Room. But God, they need to get their multiplayer crap together, man, because right now Race Room is no different than Assetto Corsa. It's just a hot lap simulator at this point. It's very good at that. And the racing is also good. Like the netcode is decent. The physics are astounding. The graphics are good. They've been improving and they look nice now, actually. Man, the multiplayer, the lack of people in it is what's disappointing. I think the problem is just there's too many sims. The reason no one's playing Race Room, AMS2 Online, PMR, Rensport is because there's already other sims, established sims. Even ACC, I'd say, is slowly dying out. Literally everyone now is on iRacing, LMU, and ACC for LFM. ACC, AC for LFM. There's a small population there. AMS2, a small population there. AC Evo, a small population there. That's it. The monopoly is by iRacing and LMU. So no one wants to play online on like 100 different games. And let's not even talk about Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo has the console monopoly taken over. I don't know what the online situation is like on Forza on Xbox. I have no idea. Not interested. But I'd reckon there's a population there for that as well, because online Forza is like a thing. Competitive Forza is a thing. But like, gosh, there's so much, man. Yeah. So if you make another sim focusing on online only, it's like, why, you know? You know you're already starting with a disadvantage. You're gonna start with a disadvantage. Don't say I didn't warn you. You're gonna start with a disadvantage. So Casti said keep the brake bars at 47. The TC and ABS at 3 and 3. Turn the TC2 off. Let's see what I can do with the Porsche. If I can do a low 55 or a 55 flat or even borderline 54, then okay, I'm cooking. But now I need to get used to this car now. God, it sounds good though. It's so nimble. There we go. This car works well in second gear because it's got so much torque going to the rear. Got so much kick. Online was keeping LMU alive. Offline is bland, yeah. How good is the AI in LMU? I actually don't know. Okay, that was a stressful first lap. I need to get the Mustang out and the Porsche in. Let me just lock in for a bit. It just goes. It just turns. Pressures are a bit off. Probably need to increase those by a few more. .55.8 on my first lap. Almost flat out. Not quite flat out, but almost flat out. That was sloppy. I mean, the car's quick. The car's quick, no doubt about that, but on average, it's about 8/10 slower than the Mustang. I don't... That's just default. That's just default, right? Maybe the setup is harsher on some cars than they are on others. I think when you do have a setup, it does bring it closer. So I don't know how much value we can really assign to these lap times right now, because I don't think they're really representative of what the car's truly capable of. The car feels fantastic. I personally love this better than the Mustang because it turns. It just goes. It just turns. I wanted to go there. It just goes. The Mustang, I was working. I had to work real hard to get it to turn. This one, like I would say, Cassidy said 47 is ideal. 47 is way too much, I think. I used to drive it at 48 and that felt good. And I still think 48 is a good spot. 48, 47.8, around there. It feels great. But I think it's just a little bit slower on the straight. And maybe too much oversteer on the exits. Costing me some time. Let me try getting the pressures up a little bit. Let me try working on the pressure a little bit. Let's just try that again. Hang on. It can be better. I know I can. 5 psi more. 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 8. Might have been the pressure. Maybe I didn't adjust the pressure properly. Let's give this another try. Now the pressure should be in the optimal range. Online is what's keeping LMU alive. Offline is just bland. Yeah, you're right. $48, please. That was close to being flat out. Steady through there, not too much brake. I'm still getting used to the softer brake pedal here, so the same pressure doesn't result in the same brake input as a result. It's got a lot of rear grip. Kinda gotta make use of it, you know? Not as quick as I hoped. Okay, not quite flat out. Establishes not flat out. Oop. Ooh. Cooked it a bit too hard there. Now I'm trying to push it way too much now. Let's just tone it down a bit. Take it steady. It's gonna be a slow exit. Oh, you'd be wrong, Narok. You should have seen last year. There was just about everything. Everyone drove just about everything, honestly. Even the old weird cars, the old Aston. I feel like the Porsches, it's a great car, right? It is gonna be a little bit slower than the Mustang. I think that part just undeniable at this point. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. But I think the question now is, because I don't have any setups or whatever, how far off is the Porsche compared to the Mustang with a proper setup for both of these cars? How far off are these two cars comparatively when setup is not an issue? So when you bring both of these cars to their maximum potential, how far off are they? Oh, I sanded it. That was really good. Sanded it a little bit. Ay, lost 2/10 there. ACC, yeah. I feel like with a setup, the cars will be closer together, but I need I do need some advice on that. In the end, it's not about just taking the fastest car, it's also taking the car that you're most comfortable driving in. And for me, hands down, it's the Porsche and the Mercedes. But I haven't been able to get as quick as the Mustang with either of those cars. That was an incredibly good sector one, and I just bottled that corner really hard. I could have got half a second. It's still, even though I'm pushing it as hard as I can, I don't think it can do a 48 or a... a 55 flat. It just hasn't got the raw pace of the Mustang. 55.3, 55.2 maybe. Really focus. Two-tenths slower through here. It's not twitchy. I'd say it's doing exactly what I wanted to do, but it's the opposite of the Mustang. The Mustang was twitchy on exit. This is twitchy on entry. And I don't know if I'm using the right traction control setup. Also, have my front tires just been under pressure the entire time? Yeah, they have. They have been under pressure the entire time. That's weird. That's very weird. The rears are fine. The rears are in the perfect window. But hey, it's still the fastest I've gone with the Porsche. The fact that I can do this on average, just jump out. This is what I'm doing, 55s. With a setup, I need to know that if this can fight the Mustang, because the Mustang is just so good right now. Like there's just no contest. There's no contest. The Mustang just puts everything to shame. Oh dear. I love how the Porsche drives, right? Because it's easy. It's easy. Like you turn it and it goes. I love that about it. But I think we leave it for the next stream where we're gonna properly test out the Mercedes now. Yeah, that's gonna be the next one we'll test. What's a nice car? What's a nice team that has a pretty livery? Ooh, I like the color scheme on this. Ooh, it's pink. I like it. And racism. Yes, I like this. This is the car. This is the one. I love it. Yeah, it's a Porsche. It's a Porsche. I like a Porsche. I think I'm gonna call it there, you guys. It's been long enough. We're just about hitting the 4-hour mark. I think that's good. We got a lot of good progress with the Mustang, though. I think we can go check in our statistics. If I go to, if you look at all the tracks I've driven on, there you go. Considering I only have a default setup, Mustang was the quickest by a long shot. What about Silverstone? Silverstone, couple seconds off. Watkins Glen, without hesitation, Ford Mustang 1 second quicker than the Porsche, 1 second quicker than the Mercedes. Nürburgring, yeah, 55 flat. Almost 8 tenths to a full second quicker, because the Mustang can do 54. It can do 54. The Mustang can do 54. On the other hand, though, if you look at the stats, right? Hang on. I've driven the Mustang nearly as much as the Porsche, so I don't have enough laps with the Porsche. But yeah, the fact that it's just, wow, that's a huge difference, man. Mercedes, yeah, we didn't do well with the Mercedes at all. The Mercedes is still off. Where Red Bull Ring. Ford Mustang. Oh, the Mustang isn't here. Okay, but we did a GTR, McLaren, KTM, Expo 130 flat across the board. Porsche as well, 130 flat. Ford Mustang 158. How is that car so good? But yeah, as far as the 4 tracks that we're using is concerned, I think it's pretty obvious. Yeah, the Mustang, man. It is not enjoyable to drive. Like I say, it's stressful. It is still very stressful car to drive, but just off the bat, on average, across all the tracks, it's just good. Right? Okay. For now, the Mustang is the better choice. It's just faster, right? Problem is, though, we don't know how that will change with a proper esports setup. We don't know how that. This is default. If we're all using default in the actual race, I think everyone's going to use the Mustang because it just works. But how will things change with the setup? I think that's what we're really supposed to be testing. We need setups for all the cars, because this doesn't show us anything. Because again, in the end, I think with the right electronic tweaks, the Mustang felt nice to rotate. It wasn't as stressful. It wasn't as understeery as it was before. So in a similar fashion, every single car, if with the right electronic assists, they will feel good. ERGP is open. It's open setup. There is no bop. It's open setup. So you're gonna see some wild, wacky stuff. So people who have like setup shops, they're gonna be at a significant advantage. I think the Pepega boys, one of them has like a setup shop, or they have like a race engineer who'll help set up something. So then to us, it's up to us to tweak the final things. But then again, I want to know what the potential of these cars are, all with a setup. Right now, default, I think there's a very big gap. The default clearly favors the Mustang. And I would reckon every other car is still similar to each other, but the Mustang is just gonna be a full second faster. There's just no way the Mustang is a full second faster and everything else is a full second slower. It's just a Mustang, man. Get advice from my team. Okay, here's the thing. My partner is gonna be Youngjin, Mr. Youngjin. He doesn't have all the DLC for ACC, and he doesn't want to buy any unless he really has to. So he doesn't have a lot of the cars, because some of the cars are part of the DLCs. So I can't just pick any old car as well. So The Ford is free, so the Ford is a good pick. The Porsche is a DLC. The Ferrari is a DLC. I don't know if the AMG is a DLC, but I think it is a DLC. So there's a lot of complication there as well. But man, I am blown away. I wasn't expecting. I'm not saying I like the Mustang, but I wasn't expecting it to blow my mind like a full second quicker on every circuit we've tried it on. And here's the even more mind-blowing thing. It wasn't the setup. It wasn't the setup. The setup was the same. It's the default aggressive setup. The only thing I tweaked was the brake bias. The only major change was the brake bias. That's it. The brake bias and the traction control setting. That's it. I feel like, okay, I need to get Casti in here as well next time. I need some good presets for the other cars if he can tell me. Like the brake bias. Like the Porsche feels good. Maybe I need to... Maybe it's not the ideal traction control preset. I think... I did remember him saying Porsche can be driven at TC2 or TC3. And TC2 is off entirely. That's what I remember. And then ABS 4. Yeah, but it's such a good car, but it's just slower than the Mustang. The Mustang just has that raw power. I think Mustang will be the car to use. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm not leaning it that way. If I have to, if there's no other choice, then fine. If there is absolutely no choice, then fine, you know. And in the coming weeks as well, we gotta try the Huracan. Okay, we gotta give a fair shot to the Huracan because the Huracan is also potent. It's very potent. It's like, it's an even more slippery Porsche, right? I'm not a big fan of it. We gotta give the Lambo a try, and just for the sake of it, to get it out of my mind, we'll try the BMW as well. Right? I think the three wild cards here are gonna be the Lambo, the Ferrari, the BMW, and the McLaren. Right, those are the wild cards. Just the basic cars, the safe picks. You know them, I know them, everybody knows them. They're just safe. They're just safe. They're all right. There's also possibly the Aston Martin as well, but I don't know about the Aston. The Aston is good too. I mean, on one hand, the Mustang is the most recent car in the game. It's 2024. The Lambo, Ferrari, McLaren, and Porsche are 2023, so they're all on the same playing field. The BMW and Audi R8 Evo 2 are 2022, so those are on a playing field. But again, it all comes down to the setup, man. It all comes down to the setup. I was thinking Lexus, but God, there's just too many cars to test. Did I ask my teammate? Okay, yeah, like I said, because he doesn't have all the cars, he did mention that he let me pick, basically. He let me pick. He let me pick. He did say he's okay with whatever I go for. I did say the Mustang, AMG, and the Porsche are what's like the top 3 picks right now. But my God, the Ford is just so quick. The Nissan, I don't think I'm gonna... Okay, here's what we'll do, right? I think it's too soon because I just haven't tried enough. So here's what I gotta do too. I think I need to actually drive on my own. I need to do some research off stream. I need to test out some other cars off stream. Just on the Nürburgring. Just on the Nürburgring, right? I do need to test some other cars off stream on the Nürburgring. And just to be safe, I think I gotta test everything. The Aston, not this Aston, the other Aston, the Aston, Audi, the Bentley. Sure, throw in the Bentley as well. Aston, Audi, Bentley, BMW, Ferrari, Honda NSX, Lambo, Lexus, McLaren. Yeah, so that's 9 cars. I'm not gonna consider the Nissan. I'm not gonna consider this weird-looking Gallardo. I'm not gonna consider those two because I just don't like them. It's a bit too skittish. But I will consider everything just for the sake of understanding, right? But top pick right now is definitely Porsche and Ford. I think there's nothing else coming close to those two in terms of how fast they are and how good they feel. So yeah, the next safe option, I'm really hoping that there's going to be, with the right electronic assist, we can get the Mercedes competent as well. That's my hope. If we can get the Mercedes feeling competent, I think we're sorted. If we can honestly get the Mercedes good, we'll be fine. Oh yeah, I forgot about the pink car. I want the pink car. Let's take the pink car. Mario. Right, Mario in the pink car. That's for tomorrow. Ooh. Yep, ACC tomorrow, possibly. And on Sunday as well. So, like I said, we will do the Mercedes tomorrow. We will do Merc tomorrow. We will do Merc tomorrow, and we will do, I'm thinking Ferrari or Lexus. But because we've been using front wheel drive cars, right? We'll do Ford. We've done Ford today. We'll do Merc tomorrow, and we will do Lexus on Sunday. All right, and then over the week I'll try to get all the other cars off stream, and then maybe we can do one more car on stream, and then we just do like a big roundup of what I think, what I've experienced. We'll compare and contrast the lap times, how do they feel from my experience, and we'll make a decision. What are the top 3 best picks to go for? But right now, definitely Mustang is on top, Porsche is close second, Merc is on third. Only time will tell. We need more research for sure. But hey, thank you so much all for being here. Wonderful stream. For those of you all on YouTube, I don't know if you all are watching. I don't know. I don't know. The title is wrong. I know. It's still the WRC title, so it's a bit of clickbait. I understand, but that doesn't matter. I hope you all enjoyed the stream nonetheless. Take care. Stay safe. Stay hydrated. Enjoy the weekend ahead. And I'll see you all for more car testing on ACC tomorrow. We haven't quite found our soul car yet. My heart is with the Porsche, but man, that Mustang is tempting me. The Mustang wants me to cheat on the Porsche with it. Oh boy, mamma mia, it's quick. Woo! Thank you so much, everyone. Take care. Lots of love to you all. Bye-bye.